These videos are for educational purposes only. I'm not selling anything or promoting the sale of vape products on this channel. You must be of legal vaping age 18 to 21, depending on where you are in the world, to view this video. Sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy the content.
How we doing, guys? Thanks for joining. Can you hear me? I've got my mic on, but I don't know if you can hear me. Thanks for joining, everybody. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, all of you. Right, let's get a bit comfy. How are we all doing today? That's good, that's good. So guys, I'm looking at a few screens, so if I'm not looking directly at the camera, I'm not being rude. That is perfect, that is perfect. So how's everybody doing? How's everybody's week been? Day been? How's everything going? What's everybody vaping on? What's everybody drinking? How we doing? How we doing? I am really unorganized this week. Really unorganized. A lot going on. A lot going on. So, who've we got? So, we have got here today. So, big shout out to Andy C. Thanks for joining, brother. Appreciate it. Big Gem, thanks for joining. I appreciate it. Dead Node, thanks for joining. I appreciate it. Dion as well, thanks for joining. Lee Swetnam, thank you for joining as well. Savage TV, Simon, thanks for joining, my brother. We've got Scan, thanks for joining. I appreciate it. Vaping Brummy as well. We have a few other people that have been in as well. Lauren, Dead Node as well. Thanks for joining. I appreciate all of you. Who else have we got that I might be missing? Let me just quickly check the chat, guys. Making sure I haven't forgotten anybody. Vaping Brummy as well. Thanks for joining. So it's a bit weird, guys. You probably won't see it on your end, but on my studio, I am seeing Chinese writing in some of your comments. So, Gaming Vapor and, where are we? Nick, you soon will find out. So, let's have a look. I hope I haven't missed anybody. There's quite a few in here, 13 people. I do appreciate it. So I'm looking at a few screens as well. Where are we? So if I've missed your names, I'm sorry. Just put in the comments that I've missed you and I'll give you a shout out. I think that is everybody, I think. But I do appreciate all of you that's coming. So let's crack open a beer and we'll talk a bit. Got a few updates before we get started, so we'll do that. What's everybody vaping on today? Mike Frost, yeah, forgot you, my brother. Thanks for joining. Where are we? Where are we? Yep. Yeah, I know. I don't know what it's going on here because it's not coming on the screen chat, which you can see there. Which you can see here. It's not coming on there, but on my studio, it's coming through Chinese. So yes, so I'm going to be handing out a few spanners tonight. So Simon, you've got one. Feel free to post some links if you need to. Which you already have, which is good. Thank you. Right, where are we? Let me see what we're doing. So, Gaming Vapor, you're on the DNA 250C Lipo Voltrove. Yeah, Steam Crave Titan. That's nice. Both with custard. I'm a big fan of custard. So I'm with you on that one. Andy C, Hog 400, and the Turnstone, great RDA. That great RDA. I do have a Turnstone, and the Emperor. Quite a few really good products coming out from Early Bird at the moment, which is brilliant. Scan, Geek Vape, Aegis 5, Dead Rabbit MTL V2, and Nixa Yeti Sour Grape. Nice. Dead Node. Let's have a look. Dion. Like I say, I'm looking at two screens here, and my eyesight isn't great. So, Dion, you're vaping on the Dwarf with some Tropical E-Juice from Tony B and the Danny Mini. Very nice. That is good. Right, let's crack open a beer, guys, and then I will go through what I am vaping on, which is only one device tonight. I am sucking on a lozenge as well because I've got a bit of a tickly throat at the moment. But today I'm going to be drinking on one of these, which is a Raspberry Ripple sour beer from M&S, and it's also made by Siren Craft Beer as well. And this is a nice 5.5%. Come on, Henry, make sure you are focused. That is perfect. Dead nose clips. That's nice. There we are. So Nightbot's going to be doing some of its normal stuff. I haven't got to grips with Nightbot, so hopefully I'll get that sorted out obviously next week as well. So nothing special, just using my glass. This is nice and cold. It's been in the freezer. So is my glass. Let's get a pouring. So if you know me, you know I love my sours. You know I love my stouts. So I do have a stout for the second part of tonight's stream. Let's go in for the pour. Nice and red. There we are. That's nice. Definitely smells of Raspberry Ripple. So cheers, guys. Thanks for joining, everybody. Also on the hashtag replay crew as well. Thanks for joining. Cheers, guys. Extremely sour, that. Wow. Jem, yeah, that's how you pour. Yeah, I'm not much of an alcohol drinker. I'm not a beer drinker or an IPA drinker, Dion, but sours, oh, right up my street. And then flavoured stouts, you know, that is perfect for me. But yeah, definitely sour. Got some nice raspberry in there. Slight creaminess on the aftertaste is nice. So, what am I vaping on? So, I'm only vaping on one device at the moment. So, let me put that on, get everything nice and legal for YouTube, which is just basically the Blotto RTA. Come on, Henry. And this is sat on my homemade parallel unregulated box mod. There we are. Trying to keep an eye on chat, so do forgive me. Yeah, stouts are gorgeous, Dead Note. Vaping Brummy, more of a beer person. That's good. Mr. Intense, thanks for joining, my brother. Where are we? Mr. Intense, let's get you a spanner on there. So, Mr. Intense, you've got a spanner. There we are. So, and in that, see, look, I'm so unprepared and everything, it's unbelievable. And in that, so anybody that knows me knows my ADV is a dessert flavor, but with the warm weather and stuff, I've been wanting something a bit more fruity. So I'm on this one, the Kingston Soda Dr. Popper. On there, it's supposed to be like a Dr. Pepper, but it's more like a cherry cola with aniseed, where I find Dr. Pepper is more of a like a marzipan sort of cola. But yeah, should go nicely with the sour beer. So let's do a pairing. Wow. So that definitely brings out the creaminess of that vape. Very naughty at 5.5% as well. Right. So that's basically my buffet tonight, guys. Obviously, I will get onto a couple of more as we get along in the stream. So let's do a few announcements and updates. So the first one is obviously tomorrow's community charity raffle that's over on Fresh's channel. I'm sure some links to them will be put in the chat, so feel free to click and do that. So let me just keep an eye on chat because there's plenty of you in tonight and I don't want to miss any comments or anything. Jem, you're on orange juice tonight. Still a drink. Nicky the Kid. Voorhees Danny 21. Very nice. Mr. Intense. Hello. As well. So just making sure I haven't forgotten anything. If I do miss your comments, I do apologize. So anyway, let's start off with tomorrow's community raffle. So there's a community raffle over on Fresh's channel. It's to support a good legend in the community, Brett, and his son that is currently waiting a kidney transplant and is in hospital. So we're raising some money and making it easier for him and hopefully get him home as well so he can have his treatment at home. So there's donations, there's some amazing prizes to be won as well. I've got a bundle in there as well as so many people in the community that has donated bundles and stuff for the raffle and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a few things up here just to explain. So right here, so this is the community raffle that is going on tomorrow, and it is at 8 p.m. on Doug's channel. So like I say, something for Brett. If you don't know Brett, he's the one that owns Triumph Vapes shop and is Fugly Warrior. So if you don't know, he's the guy. Where are we? So I'm in the camera. He's the one behind the Dubai custard juice here. It's his son, and we're just all pulling together just to make it a lot nicer and easier for him and try and get him home. We're family. Anybody that's been in hospital knows you're more comfortable at home. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to raise some money for him, which has been done by Jane Johnson as well. Alex, thanks for joining, my brother. Jane Johnson has organized this raffle for him, and there's also a page where you can donate money. You can find that on my feed on Facebook, so just check that. If you don't want to take part but you just want to donate money, you can find that and donate some money there. So that is the first one. So let me take that off and put that on. So these are the rules for the raffle. So as you can see, eligibility, the raffle, you need to be 18 or over. Choose your tickets. You can get £10 per tickets, but the more you buy, the cheaper they are. Payment method, as you can see, payment methods will be confirmed and has to go through anybody that's obviously organising it. Jane Johnson, Doug from Fresh, get hold of any of them that are involved. Dave Watman, Dave Hall, all them ones. If you just drop them a message and they'll get you what you need to do. Send your details through a message and everything, name, payment, number of ticket. Live draw will be tomorrow, okay, live as well. So if you've bought tickets or multiple tickets, if you don't win anything on one of the prizes, you still roll over to the next prize until there's no prizes left. Okay, so it's going to, so as you can see there, that is that there. So I'll let you have a quick read of that, Mr. Intense. So just use that there. So let's get the next slide on. So get that off and put that on. So these are the raffle tickets and how it uses. £10 will get you 1 ticket, £20 will get you 3 tickets, and £50 will get you 10 tickets. So like I say, no matter what tickets you've got on there, if you don't win a prize, obviously gets rolled over to the next prize and raffle. So I hope you've got there. So like I say, you can message Doug, Dave, Paul Pugs for payments. Cut off will be tomorrow at midday, so don't waste time. If you want tickets, get them in there now. Michael, thanks for joining. How are we all doing? Thanks for everybody. We've got quite a few people in tonight. I appreciate all of you for joining. I really, really do. So here's a list of people that are donating as well. The list might change as well, as stuff is always being added and everything to the list. So there might be some people that have donated that are not on the list, but that is the list as it stands so far. So there we are, some great bundles there from different people. I'm not going to read them all out. I'll let you guys just have a look. But they're all the fabulous people just there that have donated and just come together, which is beautiful, which is what I like about the vaping community. We're a big family and we look after each other in times of need as well. And anybody that knows Brett knows he's been a legend in this community for years now. And I had the pleasure of meeting him at the first Ohm Zone on tour as well. So I had the pleasure of meeting him and a few other people also. You're welcome, Alex. Like I say, there's going to be links throughout. So yeah, get them going. Get them clicking. Groups, YouTube channels. Get on there. Get subscribed. Get liked, and all that stuff as well. So that is. Oh, there we are. Messing about there. Right. That didn't mean to happen. So that's that. So like I say, you can, like I say, YouTube Freshest channel tomorrow, Wednesday the 3rd at 8 p.m. If you go onto Freshest channel and you see his live, I don't know if he's changed it yet, but it has put up for, I think, what was it? 7 o'clock, but it's 8 o'clock. So that's there. So where are we? So if you can't find a link in the chat, you can also, no, that didn't work, did it? So there is a QR code there. I did change it, so I don't know if that still will work, but you can also tag that as well. Oh, is it 7 p.m, Savage? I'm getting confused because this one says 8 p.m, but on his channel it's 7 p.m. Oh, he's changed it to 7 p.m. So sorry, that's my fault. 7 p.m. So definitely 7 p.m. then. That will start. It's definitely 7 p.m. All right. That's my my mistake there. Giving false information. That isn't good, is it? So Fresh also sent me the prize compilation video, which I will play now so you can have a look as well. So let's get that on and have a quick look. guys hear the music.
Clouds are rising from the streets where we all stand, a brotherhood united with the might in every hand. We heard the call for help of father and his son when the road got heavy and the day was nearly done. No room for the shadows, no room for the spike, just the glow of the screens in the middle of the night. Fresh TV is pulsing with the rhythm so deep. A promise that we made is a promise that we keep. It's the wing and waffle for the family we hold, turning every silver lining into solid gold. Fuck the drama, leave the hate at the door. We're giving everything and then we're giving more. Good vibes flowing like the liquid in the...
So there we are. That's a little compilation of what's on there to come. There we are. So, like I say, tomorrow at 7 p.m, if you can get your tickets bought, if you want, before 12 p.m. tomorrow is the cut-off. I have no idea, Scarn. So that's the raffle tomorrow, the community raffle. I will be in chat tomorrow as well. In chat tomorrow as well. So make sure you go. If you can't donate or take part in any way, a share, a like, a comment means a lot, just to show that you are thinking of him, and it also can put a smile on. A simple smile, a simple like, a simple comment can lift somebody's spirits as well. So, Faz's Coils. Now, I know a few people have been asking me. There's been some questions in the chat also. So, yeah, Faz's Coils is going ahead. So, I am waiting on labels and packaging. I thought labels might have come today. They'll probably come tomorrow. I did want to maybe show them off a bit tonight. But, yeah, Faz's Coils is going ahead. So the way that's going to work is, to begin with, I'm going to do a batch of your standard 3-core aliens, which are 26 gauge wrapped with 36 gauge to start. I will add more later, as I'm making money off the first batch. Will help me to get more labels for me other coils that I'm doing. I don't want to rush it. I want it to look professional and stuff like that. So I am waiting on little tubs for the coils, and then obviously my labels as well. So keep an eye on my social media for updates. They will be coming. And just before I forget as well, one last minute thing as well, which has been confirmed, which I will put this on here now, is the special guest tomorrow on the raffle tomorrow will be Sam the Vaping Bogan and Nick Grim Green will be on there. Right, so Dion, the way MTL coils, I will eventually add them to the menu. But at the moment, I don't have the wire for MTL, as I don't vape MTL. But it will be something that will be added to the menu later on down the line. So never say never. I will try and get some MTL coils out there. So like I say, to start with, I will be doing, my first batch will be aliens, 3-core aliens, 3mm diameter, 5 wraps, which will, depending on what you cut your legs at, will ohm out about 0.1, 0.12 ohms roughly to begin with. Until I get some more money behind me, then I'll add more stuff. I've got other labels and stuff ready to go for different coils, like Stags and Fralians and SSFCs. I've got them on the menu as well, that I will eventually come round as well on the menu. You just got to obviously look at my social media as well. There will be updates on there. There will be posts on there giving you all updates. But once my packaging and my labels have done and I've got my first batch of coils, I will post and make them available. In other news, I'm also associated with Savage Saturday Night Show. I am their coil sponsor for their channel, and they've taken me under the wing. Thank you, guys. I'm part of their team now. So I will put this up. This was done, and you might have seen this flying about online. I've posted it. Obviously, Savage TV has posted it. And basically, yeah. So I'm in association with Savage TV. I will be on their show on Saturday. So make sure you tune into their show on Saturday as well and set your reminder as well. So that is very nice artwork. So big shout out to Urban Vapes for doing that. If that was Urban Vapes. Where are we? Yeah, it was Urban Vapes. See, like I say, my head is a complete shed at the moment. A lot going up in there in my head. So please forgive me if I make mistakes or say it wrong. I'm sure people in the comments will put me right. Jem, you'll be there. No choice. That's no problem, Vaping Brummy. If you can get the replay, that's more than I can ask for, really. But I will be on Savage's Saturday Night Show, so we'll probably talk some more about stuff that's going to be happening in the next couple of weeks and so, or the weeks following. Like I say, a lot going up there with everything, coils and stuff. I'm a bit overwhelmed as well because I'm more of a Lone Ranger, and people have just been so nice in the community. The first post that I made about Faz's coils, the community has just come together and shared everything along the way. Where are we? Jaff Vapes, thanks for joining, Jaff, my brother. Thanks for joining. How we doing, Jaff? Where are we, Jaff? There we are. Here we go, Jaff. There is a spanner for you there, brother. So there's a spanner there for you, Jaff. If you want to post links to your channel, feel free to do so. Quite a few people in tonight. Thank you all for joining. So like I say, in association, so keep an eye on my social media for the coils. As soon as my labels and packaging arrive, like I say, I thought my labels would arrive today so I could show them off a bit, but I'm still waiting on tubs, obviously, for them to go in there, and then I'll get the ball rolling as well with that. So like I say, keep an eye on my social media because I will post. I'm going to be setting up a Telegram post as well, a Telegram group as well, so you can contact me where coils are going to be available, so you'll be able to stick your orders in there as well. Obviously with Savage Saturday Show, there will be discount codes and stuff like that and giveaways on their channel for my coils as well. So obviously head over to Savage's YouTube and make sure you subscribe to them so you're kept up to date with any giveaways or stuff like that. Right, have I missed anything? I do not think so. I hope I haven't. Thanks everybody for coming in. So let me just check that. Depending on what gauge you use, basically. So dead node. So where are we? So you do dual fuse Clapton's dead node. So depending on what your gauge of your wire is, the lower the gauge is, obviously the lower the resistance is going to be. The higher the gauge that you use is obviously going to bump up that higher gauge. And it also makes a difference whether you're using NIAT, Kenthal and stuff like that will also alter your resistance as well. Lots of purple hearts. Yeah, definitely. Thanks for joining, guys. I really, really do appreciate it. I don't believe that. Jaff, for 1 minute. Right. Have I missed anything? Like I say, my head is a shed. So like I say, Nightbot is also doing its rounds as well. So make sure you follow me on social media and stuff. And everybody else that's posted links, get them clicked, get them joined, get them subbed, everything. Get it going. And welcome as well to all my new subscribers as well. Alone today, I've just seen my subscribers just go up every time I refresh my page. So I do appreciate it. Lots of love. I appreciate you all, every one of you. So let me just have a look because I am missing comments and stuff. So where are we? Scar Sydney Sweeney is a spanner. Nuts tired. Nice one, nice one. So Gaming Vapor, I know you've been bugging me for a couple of streams now to do an RTA. I probably will be doing 2 today. I'm going to build a coil, and then obviously I've got a coil that I did some weeks back, which is a stag, just there, 4-core stag. That's going to end up being in an RTA as well. So that'll be basically what's going on today. Wow, guys, I'm so overwhelmed by all the love so far. I appreciate it. All of you that's in here. Mavaton, Jafferton, Mavaton. That is brilliant. Right, might as well get started, guys. I am absolutely warm, so I'm gonna put my aircon on. So hopefully you can't hear it in the background. My mic is doing what it should be and drowning out the sound to that as well. Hide the sheep. Mind you, I'm surprised he hasn't got sheep probably there, just so he's got Mavaton on tap. So let me just move my laptop. And get that plugged in so this doesn't go off. Where are we? There we are. And we're done. Right. Let's get going, guys. So I'm going to adjust my camera and we'll get going. So like I say, today I'm just going to do a simple frame staple Clapton. I don't think I've done that build on my lives yet. I don't think. I've definitely done Fralians and SSFCs. I don't think I've just done a normal framed staple Clapton. So that's what we're going to do today. So let's put it. Definitely Mr. Intense. Yeah, I'm not an installer. I'm an actual person that actually builds coils. So let's get this show going. Let's get this party started. So let me get you guys there. So what I want to do is adjust you there. Let's zoom out for this a little bit. So some of you might have to remind me if I have. I don't think I have done this RTA before on my lives, but the build that I'm doing is going to go into the Glass V2 by Steam Crave. So I can't remember if I did this one before. Jeevan, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate it. No round wire here. But yeah, the Glass V2. Now, like I say, I can't remember if with this, but I don't think I have. I might be wrong, but yeah, the Glass V2, all glass chimney, 30mm device. Now, let's have a quick look at this. Let me get you in a bit closer. There we are. So, come on, Henry. Come on, Henry. There we are. So there's the deck on the glass. Simple flat design. X shape just there. Juice wicking holes just there. So I don't know, guys. I don't know if this is happening on the live or just my TV bit that I've got here. It's not jumping in and jumping out, is it? There we are. Airflow. Come on, Henry. Why is this doing this? Why are you jumping? I don't want you jumping. So it's alive, guys. So, you know, I don't know why this is jumping in and out. Why are you jumping in and out? Not what I wanted to happen, really. Why are you jumping? Why are you jumping? Right, stop jumping. Right, so that's a deck. Honeycomb airflow. It's not really airy. Airflow on this. There is a bit of restriction in this. Alex, I don't know about the okay, not a problem, Jem. Thanks for coming. See you in a bit. So I'm using my phone, so I'm not actually using a proper camera at the moment. but hopefully this will sort the jumping out. I have locked it in. So yeah, slightly protruding. There we are. That is the deck. And then, as you can see, the chimney is glass. So you can see your build and your cotton and everything straight through it. When you start, 810 drip tip, steam grave glass on the top. It's one of those slidey things just there. Boom. There we are. And that's basically the RTA that I'm going to be building on for this coil build. Second coil build, I am going to do a single coil. And I keep all my stuff in these pop tubs as well, just to keep everything nice and clean while I've got them on display. Right. So yeah, it's a steam dead node. It's a steam crave one. This one's the V2, not the V1. This is not like I say, it's the V2. They did have a V1, which was slightly different, but same sort of concept where you could see straight through. Right. Hopefully, I'm not going to have no issues now. So I'm going to zoom you out so you can see pretty good just there, so you can see what I'm doing, and I'll try see if that's going to help what I'm doing here. So hopefully it's a yeah, Alex, it's a 30 mil. Yeah. So yeah, it's a 30 mil RTA, which will probably end up going on a regulated mod. I haven't decided yet. So, cheers everybody. So, I'm going to be doing a different variant this week. I normally use my 26 gauge, 36 gauge, but today I'm going to be doing 28 gauge frame, 0.3 ribbon, and then wrapped with 38 gauge. I'm using stealth wire at the moment, a really nice, good, clean wire. So that's the 28, and then obviously ribbon wire as well, also from the same company, 0.3. And then finally wrapping it with 38 gauge. So what I'm going to do is, preparation is key when working with ribbon wire. So you have to take your time. Preparation is key, so you need to make sure your preparation is spot on for your build to come out right. So where are we? Right, make sure everything's okay. So the ribbon wire, like I say, is 0.3 by 0.1. So I'm going to need some tools. So I'm going to be using some pliers and some cutters as well for my other wire. For the ribbon wire, I am going to be using scissors, and the reason why I'm going to be cutting my ribbon wire with scissors is because you get a more cleaner cut to your wire, so there's no burrs on the end or it's bent in any way. Come on, there we are. So I will get you in close so you can see what I'm doing as I'm doing it. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be pulling off 3 pieces of ribbon wire, long pieces that I will fold in half to make. Johnny Johnson, thanks for joining, my brother. JJ Coils is in the house. Thanks for joining. So this guy, Johnny Johnson, I learned a lot of him, okay? And basically, you know, he's one of the people that I really admire. So go over to his channel as well and go join his channel. Okay, JJ Coils. Thanks for joining, my brother. I really do appreciate it. Wow, thanks for joining, my brother. So I need 3 pieces of ribbon wire. And another thing, this is something I stole off JJ Coils as well. These little clips. This is something I've stole off him doing as well. So I'm going to pull out some ribbon wire. So I am going to cut off any rubbish pieces on the end. Yeah, bulldog clips. Like I say, thanks for joining. I appreciate it. So I'm going to zoom you out so you can see me measure and everything. So I want around about 50 centimeters of ribbon wire that I will be folding in half. So it's just short of 20 inches is what I need. I'm not going to straighten the ribbon wire on the spool because I don't want to damage my wire in any way. So I will take it off and then I'll give it a slight stretch. Slightly better wire will come off the spool straight. So, like I say, on about 50 centimeters of wire. And then that's going to be folded over in half as well. And then that will make my 6 pieces of ribbon wire. And also I like to have extra as well for trimming and cutting and making everything nice and flush and everything. So as you can see, the wire here is all curly and stuff, which is not what I want. So like I say, I will be straightening it. I don't want to straighten it on the spool because I don't want to damage the wire that's already on the spool, because then that's going to create waste and that's not what I want to do. Aussie Cook, thanks for joining, my brother. Thanks for joining. So to straighten the wire, I'm not going to be doing anything drastic in stretching it. I'm just going to give it a slight tug just so it straightens out. I don't want to be pulling it too tight because then obviously it's going to mess up the wire and it's going to thin it out too much, which is not what I want to do. So this side, I'm just going to grab with 1 pair of pliers like that. Run my finger down just to keep everything nice and straight till I get to the other end, which is about there. And then I'm going to very carefully grab it with my other piece, pliers just there. And then all I'm going to do is give it a really, really slight tug. Nothing too major. There we are. And you end up with a nice straight piece just there. And I'm going to be doing the same with all 3 pieces. What are we doing? Dylan Miller, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate it. So again, just going to grab this end very carefully, run my finger down so the ribbon wire is really, really flat. Now this can be fiddly and like I've said it in many of my lives before, I have avoided ribbon wire for quite some time now. And I thought, you know what? I might as well try it. So slight tug just there, and then release, straightens it up nice. And again, same with the third piece. So like I say, 2 long pieces folding in half will give me the 6 layers of ribbon wire that I want for this build. So run my finger down again. It can be fiddly, obviously, because I need to use 2 pliers, should I say. And I don't want it to kink in any way. So run that down there again. So this can be fiddly. Like I say, with better wire they will come off the spool a lot better. And as you can see, I am having some issues here with this ribbon wire. There we are. You just got to be very careful and very delicate with it. Like I say, I'm not pulling too tight, I'm just giving it a little tug, a slight little tug. There we are. So that's your ribbon wire. No, JJ, I am just making a standard frame staple Clapton, which I don't believe I have done yet on my lives. Which, yeah, I don't think I have actually done just a standard frame staple Clapton. I really appreciate you coming in, JJ. You will find, everybody, that I do have JJ's mannerisms when I'm building. So, like I say, I did watch a lot of his videos. So, stacking them can be a bit fiddly. Just be patient and work with it. So, I'm going to grab my wire. I'm going to make sure they're all level on this side, like that. I'm just going to run my finger down like that. So what will happen is they should just stack up just nicely like that. So they're already stacked there. Now, to keep them all together and not so floppy like they are, some people use spit. I don't. Even for my own coils, I don't use spit. You can use water. Water doesn't seem to work for me, so I just use a bit of base mix. I appreciate that, JJ. I really do. I appreciate that. So I'm just using a bit of base mix on a sponge in a bottle cap. So I find the stickiness from the base mix just helps it come together a lot more better. So just run your finger down a couple of times like that, and it'll stay together. And I'm just going to swivel this round like that, just so I'm not got loads of fingers all juiced up with base mix. There we are there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run my finger down to the end. I want to make sure everything's nice and flush. So all I'm going to do is level everything up and just give it a snip like that. So I'm using scissors just because it gives a nice cleaner cut to it. And these are stacked really, really nice. And then I'm just going to run my finger down the other end like so. And make sure they're all flush and there's no kinks and stuff in there. So now that I've got my ribbon stacked and all together like that, as you can see, they're not all apart or individually and raggling about. Definitely, JJ. Definitely, man. We should do a live together. That would be absolutely awesome if we did that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab both ends like that, and I'm going to fold. I'm going to make sure my ends here are together and level. And then all I'm going to do is run my finger up like that to create a loop. And then I'm going to pinch, making sure everything's still nice and stacked like that, and then just run my finger down. So don't worry about this end quite yet. Don't worry about it. So I'm just going to pull that there like that and run my finger down. Now I'm going to get my frame done. So like I say, don't worry about this just yet until you get it all together. When you get it all together, it should come, once you've got your frames on, it should come together just nicely. So again, I'm going to use one piece of 28 gauge, and then I'm going to fold it in half. So you can, if you want, you can cut this with scissors if you want a nice clean cut. But because I can stretch this on the spool, I'm just going to stretch it on the spool. Ni80 is a nice thin soft wire, so you can just give it a little tug and it'll come straight. Alternatively, you can put it in the chuck of your drill, but there's no need to. So I want just slightly extra for my frames. So I'll do about 51 centimeters for my frames. Get these clips on there. So I shouldn't need that one again. So 28 gauge back on there. And I'm dropping stuff as well. There we are. So same thing with this as well. I'm going to get both ends. And then run my finger up again, just to create a little loop. Like so. Bring it together. Sorry, I'm out of camera. So all I'm doing is bringing it together and creating a loop, just like that. And then pulling that together. Like I say, don't worry if it's not perfect yet until you get all your wires mounted. You need to take your time. Preparation is key. When working with ribbon wire or doing stuff like staggered fuse claptons or stags, you need to take your time doing it. So it is warm here. It is a bit muggy and humid. So I will be using some hot glue. Where are we? There's my lighter. I will be using hot glue and wire to bind. So I've got a bit of scrap wire here that I'll use to bind. For me, it just works out better when I bind it and hot glue it. So 28 gauge frame just there. I'm going to carefully pick up my ribbon wire. So this is can be right fiddly because this is a 0.3 millimeter. So I've got my ribbon wire just like that, all stacked and neat. And then I'm going to very carefully just slide my ribbon wire in between that 28 gauge. like that. So I know it doesn't look pretty at the moment, but you want your 28 gauge on the outside and your ribbon wire on the inside. Now that I've got these into place, I'm just going to pinch a bit more and bring them together. Take your time. There is no rush. Like I say, preparation is key. So to begin with, I'm going to bind it with some scrap wire. So I'm just going to pop that through there like that. And then I'm going to bring that together like that, which is looking good so far. So I'm just wrapping this wire around a few times. And then I'm just going to chop that off there. And then run your fingers down. And then I'm going to chop that other end off just there. So as you can see there, I have the ribbon wire. Come on, Henry. So the ribbon wire is on the inside, stacked on top of each other with a 28 gauge frame on the outside. So I'm just going to chop that off, make that nice and neat. I am going to use my pliers just very, very carefully just to flatten it. So that's my first bit of binding that I'm using, is the wire. Now I'm going to hot glue it. So I'm just using glue sticks that will go into a hot glue gun like that, and I'm just going to heat it up with a lighter. Get it nice and warm, and then give it a good dab on there like that. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to hit it with a bit of heat. And all that's going to do is that's going to get into the ribbon wire and everything and should hold into place. Give that a couple of seconds to dry. You can blow some vapor on it to cool it down. And if you need more hot glue, you can put it on. So just waiting for that to dry up a bit more. So there we are. So that's binded with wire and also ribbon wire. I mean normal binding wire and some hot glue. So now that I've got that end together, so if I bring you in a bit close, you can see that. So as you can see, the ribbon wire is in the center and the frames is on the outside. So very carefully, I'm just going to run my finger down. Now, if you find that at this end it is binding up in any way, or it doesn't feel as if it's sitting right, just give it a little wiggle, like that, little wiggle, and you should be good. Now, you might have to do this a couple of times just to get everything nicely situated. But it should just all come together just nicely, like that. You want to make sure everything's nice and straight and sitting right. And then once you get to this end, I am going to do exactly the same thing. I'm going to bind it with some wire. So it's up to you how much wire you want to use. And hot glue. There's never really a right or a wrong amount to use. Just do whatever's comfortable for you guys. That's the main thing. Whatever helps you out with the build is all right. And then I'm just going to carefully wrap that round the end like that. You don't want your ribbon wire collapsing or your frames collapsing around that wire. So that should be good. I'm going to chop that off. And again, I'm just going to hit it with my pliers a bit, like so. You want to make sure that everything is sitting as it should be. So I'm just having a close look, making sure everything's sitting as it should be. There we are. So that's perfect. So again, bind the other end with some wire. As long as your starting point is nice and straight, you should be good. So while I have got wire, just wire on there, I am going to again run my fingers down to make sure it's all straight and everything. And then again, I'm going to hit it with some hot glue. So again, just take your time. I'm going to heat up some hot glue. And then give that a good dab of hot glue just on there. And then again, I'm just going to hit it with a little bit of heat just so it goes into that ribbon wire and soaks through. Blow some vapor on it just to help it out. Give that a couple of minutes. And that is nice. I'm just going to hit it a bit more. Just want it to move a bit. Get a bit more into that ribbon. So that's nice and solid. So that is the preparation done. And that is perfect, just like that. So that is the ribbon wire and the frames all prepared for what I need it to do. So let's get it mounted into my drill and we'll start to wrapping. Let me check that I haven't missed anything. There we are. like I say, extremely warm here and muggy. So I'm going to wipe my brow a bit and clean my glasses. So preparation sorted. Now I'm going to get it mounted to my drill and chuck. So you'll notice that mine is slightly a bit different to what normal people use. But if you've got a normal cordless drill, you can use that. That is perfectly fine. You can use that. So I use this little table that I've cut down. I like to, when I'm doing my coils, I like it about eye length to what I can see. Thanks for coming back, Lauren. I appreciate it. So this is the difference. You've seen me mention it before. It's a Daedalus Pro drill. I used to use the Daedalus Pro kit back in the day, but it just took the fun out of making coils for me. I just prefer to do it this way, rather than just letting a machine do all the work. Are you re-wicking your nightmare, Gaming Vapor? So I am using a clamp as well, just to keep my drill nice and secure and not moving. Swivel system that I use is just a bench vise with some swivels on there. Best advice I can give you is use good swivels. These are some Cedra heavy duty sea fishing swivels. They're dual rotating, so they rotate on one side of the ball and the other side of the ball, and I've got 2 of them in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mount one end of my ribbon wire with the loop. So with that loop there is what I'm going to mount in to my swivels, very, very carefully like that. And then again, I will run my fingers down. Now I use a flat chuck, which is this here. Now, as you can see there, my frames are hanging over my ribbon. I don't want to be putting my ribbon in the chuck because then it's going to distort it and make it all weird. So this little trick I did learn off Aussie Cook. That is probably watching and has been in the chat. This is the little tip that I learnt off him. So the 2 frames is what I'm going to put into my flat chuck. If you're using just a normal chuck, just bend your leads out and put a section in each jaw of the chuck. So I'm going to carefully secure that down nice and even, or as even as I can. So I'm going to center that as center as I can. So like I say, it's just the frames that are in the chuck, not the ribbon wire, because the ribbon wire can get smashed and you don't want it distorting and making your ribbon wire collapse or fold over. So now that that's all in and nice, I'm just going to make sure that that's in and that's perfect. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tighten down my swivel. I don't want too much. I don't want it too tight. I want a bit of resistance in there, which I have. Like you can see, there's a bit of resistance in there. Not too much. So what I do is, because for some reason I can't just put the wire on there, so I have a bit of help with a keyring. Now there's different ways you can do this. You can use a guide if you want, you can use a keyring, you can use a paper clip, you can use a hair snap clip if you want to. I don't know what they're called, but you know those things that you get on tassels on a hoodie that you can press, pull up and let go? You can use one of them if you wanted. But I'm using a keyring. Not using anything professional because not everybody has that. So I'm trying to do it as easy as I can with stuff that people might have lying around, which is, like I say, a keyring. I'm using a keyring. And I'm just going to put it on there like that. And that is too loose. Where's my other keyring? Oh, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that, Lauren, one bit. Are you lot, did you say you're at a concert? What concert are you at? So here we are. I've got a bit of a tighter keyring that I'm just going to put over there. Now I'm going to get you in close, so don't worry, so you can see how this is set up and how I've got it set up. Like that. So let me get you guys in nice and close so you can see what I'm doing. And manual focus, get that on there. Oh, take that. Wow. Wow. Well, I hope you're having a good time there, Lauren. So let me get that manually focused there. So there we are. So as you can see, it's nice and straight. I have got a little bit of bowing just there. And that's probably because of the hot glue. But once I get started on that, that should help. But the keyring will keep everything nice and straight for me until I get going. Old people. Hey, I feel old. I'm only 42. But I do definitely feel, my body tells me something completely different, to be fair. I appreciate that, Aussie Cup. Like I say, I did get this little tip off you, which is working good. So now, all I'm going to do is Clapton it. Just a simple Clapton wire straight across. Take your time. No rush, or you don't need to rush. Doing it quick doesn't make you a good builder. If you can do it quick, go for it. But I tend to take my time when I'm doing stuff like frame stuff, because when I go too fast, my frames end up folding all over the flat wire or the ribbon wire. So I'm wrapping that all together with 38 gauge on there. So all you have to do is wrap it in the direction you're comfortable with. So I'm comfortable wrapping over the top. So that's basically what I'm going to be doing here. I'm going to be wrapping it over the top. Make sure that your drill is in the right direction and it's spinning good, and my swivels are spinning, which they are. So I'm just going to feed my wire in just there. And well, I'm going to try and feed my wire in there. So I'm just going to, and this is why I use my binoculars, because my eyes are great. So I'm just going to pop that in there and get some wraps going. So I want to be very careful. Right, you don't want as well to be holding your spool really, really tight. You want to hold it pretty slack. Now this is when some nylon pliers can also help. So all I'm going to do here is I'm just going to give it a little press like that. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a few wraps just to get me going. So once I get going and I've got a few wraps in there, I'm just going to hit it with my nylon pliers just to flatten it out. So take your time. Like I say, I'm not holding my spool very, very tight. I'm just holding it very slackly. And just get going, basically. Go slow, take your time. Now this is probably the easiest build you can do. So I'm going to do a few wraps, check, and then if I need to, just hit it with the nylon pliers, just give it a little squeeze like that. Nothing too major, just give it a little squeeze, and then without messing up the camera, I'm just going to pull my keyring down like that, keeping a nice 90-degree angle. And with this build, it's not alien or anything, so if you do mess up, just go back and correct. And then keep on checking just to make sure that the frames haven't folded over, which they haven't. So I'm sorry if I miss anything in chat. I do apologize. So again, I'm just going to hit it with my nylon pliers just to flatten it out. Slide my keyring across a little bit. And then start off slow just to get that wrap going. So as you can see there, I have got a little bit of a gap in there. But not to worry. Yeah, that should be all right. So again, I'm just going to carefully get going again. So like I say, it's not a race. And then just stop, and then with my opposite hand I'm just going to slide that over. I am going to just move that there slightly just to get going again. And then once you get a groove going and you feel comfortable, you can build up a bit more speed. Like that. And then again, just bring this down a bit. Now I am going to move my camera so you can see what I'm doing as well. True. Do you, JJ, do you mean that without the keyring? Wrong ones. So let me move across like that. Use Lego but don't crimp though. Right, okay. So you mean don't crimp with the nylon pliers? Is that what you mean? And then get going again. Okay, that's not a problem. I appreciate that. So I will go slow. No crimping. I appreciate that, JJ. You are a master at your art as well, so I appreciate that. There we are. Then just move across a bit. Appreciate that, Gaming Vapor. I appreciate that. So I'm going to go slow, just so I can keep an eye on what I'm doing here. So I think I do have a slight inconsistency just there, or is that a bit of fluff? So I'm just going to move that there just to help. I appreciate that, JJ. I appreciate it. Probably most of what I know now is from watching JJ on his videos. He's just got that calmness about his builds and everything, which is what I love. So I'm just going to move that just so I can get that sitting right just there, and then carry on. So I'm not holding my spool very, very tight. I'm just holding it loosely. Well, Jeevan, if you were with us at the beginning of the stream, I'm starting to sell coils very, very soon. I'm just waiting on packaging. I'm waiting on labels. So keep an eye on my social media for when Faz's coils launch. It is very intricate. Yeah. As JJ says, you don't want to be holding your spool extremely tight. You just want it barely a grip on there. There we are. Then I'm going to just move that across. Just going to move my spool, move my drill just so it's facing, so I can see what I'm doing. Let me just adjust my camera so you can see me. See what I'm doing. So let me just move my camera a bit. Not a problem, Aussie Cook. Thanks for dropping in, my brother. I do appreciate it. So let me just bring this here. Let me see if I can get this focused a little bit better. So about there. Get a close up. So this is 38 gauge, so it's a very, very thin wire. And let's get going again. So I have just got a little slight bit of gapping just there, but not to worry. And that's going nice. So all you guys that are in here, I do appreciate it. Like I say, I am barely holding my spool of wire that's feeding and wrapping. And then stop that and just pull that across and then get going again. There we are. So coil building is an art. Take your time. And like I say, once I get going with obviously selling my coils, once things get going, this will be a build that I do add to the menu. But yeah, just keep everything nice and steady and going nicely. And then I'm just going to pull that across And then I'm just going to make sure my coil's facing me, just so I can make sure that once I get going that wire is sitting how I want it to be. So have a look there. So as you can see, I do have slight bit of gap in there. Not to worry. I'm going to be vaping these, so it's alright if they're not perfect. Obviously when I start selling these, it is going to be perfect. And it's different when you're on camera as well to being off camera. And it is very easy as well. If you're new to building, it's very easy to get bored doing it slow, and you'll want to pick up speed, but keep everything nice and consistent. This is probably a lot easier than doing like an alien or a Fralian, because if you do mess up, you can always reverse back and redo. And again, just slide that over a bit. I'm just going to adjust my hand. If your arm gets tired, it will do. Just persevere or take a break or stop or whatever you do. But you can get, you know, achy arms and fingers. Just if you can, take a break. And this is a nice fine wire as well. Good for outer wraps, just like 40 gauge. I haven't used 40 gauge in ages. I used to use 40 gauge a lot for my outer wraps when I was doing just fuse Claptons, because that was my go-to coil before aliens just seemed to slot into place with me. You probably heard me say it numerous times. When I first started doing aliens, I could not do aliens, and then when I went back to trying aliens out again, It all came together for some reason. Like I'd been doing them for years. So dead node, yeah. Probably 36 is probably well, for me, I'd probably say the most popular outer wrap. Or might tend to go to outer wrap if I'm doing anything. But yeah, going higher gauge can also change the flavor or increase the flavor. I've found when I used to do just normal fused Claptons, the flavor was slightly better with a higher gauge outer wrap, a more finer wire. So stop there, and I'm gonna move across again. I'm gonna adjust my camera again so you can see what I'm doing, guys. Keep everything nice and straight. So I'll move you guys across again. So I am getting to the end of my wire. So for me, the keyring just helps keep everything nice and flat and parallel. When you're more comfortable, I mean, it's probably easier for JJ because he's been doing it many years now than I have, where you can probably do it without using a keyring and stuff like that. But for me, especially with lives, obviously I don't want to go wrong. If you do go wrong, that's fine. Have a vape. So with this hot weather that we've got, something refreshing is nice. If you know me, like I say, I'm more of a dessert flavored sort of person. But something fruity every now and then helps a lot to clear the palate, because sometimes I get vapor's tongue and you can't taste your juice. So let's get going again. So I'm gonna start off slow just to get me going, then I'll just increase slightly. If you've watched my past lives, things can go tits up very quickly, going fast. And like I say, preparation is key with working with ribbon wire. If your preparation is too sloppy, then your build is not going to come out the way you expect it to come out. So like I say, take your time. Make sure you've got everything nice, level, parallel, straight. Make sure you've got good swivels as well, some good ball bearing swivels. Don't cheap out on your swivels. I have done that and ended up spending more money. So you might as well just spend the money and get some good swivels, and they'll go on. These swivels were recommended to me by Kevin Freeman, the Coil Magician. He said get some Cedra heavy duty ball bearing swivels, because not everybody can afford a good rail system and swivels, hence why I don't use them, because one, I can't afford them, and not everybody's got that sort of system either. Some people just got what they've got at home, which is a drill, and my swivel setup is just basically a bench vise with a block of wood, a hook with 2 or 3 swivels attached to that. And the reason why I use more than one swivel is in case one fails, it keeps spinning. Then you don't want to use just one swivel, because then if it fails, then you can screw up your build big time. So again, I'm just going to pull that across. And again, I'm just going to pull that towards me and then carefully get going again. And then once you get going, go steady. And then once you get a groove going, you can go a little bit fast, but I don't recommend going too fast. Take your time. Even for professional coil makers, you can go wrong. It's just part of the art of building, really. Probably 99% of the time, coils will go perfect. And then sometimes it can go tits up, which I have proven on previous streams where I've messed up and I've just had to start again. It's just the name of the game. It's how you learn. It's how you think to yourself, right, don't do that next time, do it this way. Like I say, it's an art. It's something that needs perfecting. And like I say, I've got 10 plus years under my belt of building. I haven't just started building. Like I say, I've got quite a few years under my belt of building coils. Maybe in the last 5 years, I've gone a bit more intricate and doing more intricate builds, stuff like this with ribbon wire and stuff. As I've said before, ribbon wire I have avoided for years up until recently. And yeah, ribbon wire is going well so far. So the ribbon wire that I'm using is a 0.3. You can go thinner than that, but I'm assuming the thinner you go, the more difficult it is to handle as well. Get to the end of that. I'm just going to pop that there. And then, without trying to thingy the camera as well. So again, I'm just going to position that there just so I can get things going, and then like I say, Dylan, the swivels that I'm using are Cedra heavy duty fishing swivels, dual rotating swivels. They're stainless steel. I know that's a bit of a mouthful, but yeah, Cedra heavy duty dual rotating swivels. So the eye on each end of the swivel rotates, not just one eye rotates, both eyes rotate on each end, and they're really good. They haven't failed me yet. I haven't had no issues with them binding, and they have since I've got them. Definitely had some use out of them. Because obviously builds that I do on my live, I do builds during the week as well. If I fancy something different, I do like variety. So, you know, they have got quite a bit of miles on it, and they are rotating really, really nicely. Dylan, if you follow me on social media, whether it's Instagram or Facebook, if you drop me a message, I'll show you a picture of the ones that I got, because they have different sizes as well. I think mine was a size 8 or a size 9, so they're slightly bulkier. Gaming Vapor, I tried Blue Raz, but I don't know if it's just me or if anybody else agrees with me. Blue Raz, when I vape it, reminds me a bit like Heisenberg without the aniseed and all the minty, mentally flavors in it. I don't seem to get on with that flavor. So I know I'm going out of camera now. I am getting to the end of the nearly to the end. Let's see if I can. Let's see if I can get my camera over a bit more. There we are. Let's see if I can get that focused a little bit better. There we are. That's a little bit better. And again, I'll get going. I'm going to pull this down just a little bit more. Move that out of the way. I might have to give it a try, Gaming Vapor. my taste buds over the years have changed flavor wise. I'm even vaping stuff that I wouldn't normally vape. Like the one that I'm vaping now by Kingston, the Dr. Popper, has a little bit of ice in it, and I'm not somebody who vapes ice, but the ice is very light in it. It's not heavy, which I can handle. It's just when it's really icy, I cannot. It rips my throat out. But the last blue raz that I had, it just reminded me of when I um, tried Heisenberg. Hence why I said to you. And I'm just going to move this up a bit more. Then when I get to a part where I don't need my keyring anymore, I will just pull that off. So like I say, don't hold your spool very, very tight. Let me just stop that. I just need to adjust my hand a bit because it's aching a bit. All right, let me get that there. So if you're watching or you're on the replay and you're getting into making coils, don't be disheartened if you don't um, get it right the first time. I didn't when I first started, hence why I say take your time. I mean, when I started vaping, it was more round wire and Claptons and stuff like that before fuse Claptons came out, and then the Alien came out, and then people started experimenting with staggered fuse Claptons and Fralians and stuff like that. So I have got to the end of where I need that. So what I'm going to do is very carefully, I'm just going to pull that keyring off. And then I'm going to start again. And then I'll just go straight to the end of this. Now I know on camera it probably doesn't look like I'm holding my spool right, or it looks off. It's just the way the camera or my phone is positioned that's making it look like that. But it is a 90-degree angle. Thero, thanks for joining. Don't worry about being late, my friend. Not a problem at all, my brother. And I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm going to get going again. Trying to keep everything at a steady pace here. And I'll stop there, guys. So I don't need to leave anything, just cut it nice and flush. And that is the build, guys. That is the build. So like I say, just a normal frame staple Clapton, which I do believe I haven't attempted or done this build. So, yeah. Right. So, let me get you about here. Let me get you a bit closer. Let's get... I will get a closer look when I get it up. But as you can see, I do have a few inconsistencies just there because my angle wasn't right. So it's not perfect. It's not perfect by any means. But once you get it wrapped up, that shouldn't make much of a difference just there. So let me get out of there, get that done. Come on. Come on, Henry. Get that off there. Not a problem, Pathero. Not a problem at all, my brother. So there we have it. Normal frame staple Clapton. I appreciate that. Snowman, 9 out of 10. I think you might be a little bit generous with that, but hell yeah, I'll take that. So I'm just going to chop it this side, chop it this side, which is perfect. Ooh. So there we have it, guys. So let me get you a slight close up just there like that. Come on, Henry. How many batteries are you after, Gaming Vape? If you're wanting a really big haul of batteries, Vape Supply I can recommend. Now, Vape Supply supplies all these companies, these vaping companies, with batteries, and they're very, very cheap as well. Okay, but if you're just doing a normal order, retail order, you have to spend £50 minimum, but you could get yourself a whole load of batteries for that. If you're not wanting to do a big stock up on batteries, Fogstar is one. Anybody else can make any suggestions? I have no idea. It might be something you have to check, Gaming Vapor. You might have to check that, my friend. I'm assuming that they do offer abroad shipping, because like I say, Vape Cell Supply normally supply all these vape websites with the batteries. It's just that you're cutting out basically the middleman, basically, and getting it a lot cheaper. So let me get some stuff out the way. I won't need that. And I'll put that just side there. So let me do some housekeeping and get that away. I won't need them. And I'm not going to need them. So let me get you a bit closer. I appreciate that, Mr. Intense. Vaping Jester, I appreciate you popping in, my brother. How are you doing? Right, is Henry gonna... There we are. So, there is your normal frame staple Clapton just there. And as you can see, there is some inconsistencies just there. It probably could have been a lot tighter than that. Come on, Henry. Like that. So there we are. So I'm just going to measure. So I have more than enough there. So yeah, that should be all right. That should be good. I normally have a mark on here around about 9. Just there. That's what I normally choose for a 3mm diameter 5-wrap coil, is about 9 centimeters. So let's get this wrapped. So I want to put a 3mm coil on this. Again, about 5 wraps should do nicely. Yeah. So, because this is a ribbon build, when it comes to wrapping your coils, you want to be very delicate with it, because when you're wrapping it, your ribbon wire is sitting next to each other on its thinnest point, the point 1. So your ribbon wires are sat like that, not like that, the widest point. It's sat like that with the frames on the side. So when it comes to wrapping your coils, you want to take your time and wrap it slowly around your jig, just so nothing breaks or those ribbon wires don't collapse or break in the center. So take your time. So let me get you about there. So there we are, you can see me. So that's looking all right. So to begin with, like I say, about 5 wraps is what I'm thinking. I might do 6 if the deck allows me. But I tend to go for a 5 wrap sort of coil. So there we are. So I'm going to leave plenty of leg space just there, flat end against your jig. If you have any twists in there or it's twisted, it should come out in the wrap as you wrap it. If not, if it's too twisted, obviously you can reverse your drill before you take it out your chuck. Hold one end with some pliers and then just reverse the drill. But as long as you're careful, it should come out in the wrap as well. So your first wrap is always your most awkward wrap. So make sure you get your first wrap nice and tightly in there without hitting the camera. And like I say, wrap it very slowly, because obviously you don't want to mess up that ribbon wire. Just let me change out my lens so I can see a little bit better. Come on, let's get that on there. There we are. So again, first wraps is your most awkward one. Take your time wrapping. You are obviously wrapping ribbon wire, so be very, very careful. Get everything nice and tight. So that's 4 wraps. Let's get 5 wraps in there. So I'm just going to quickly check for deck space. So I can get an extra wrap, so we'll go for a 6 wrap. So there's 1. So I've got enough wire here. If I had slightly shorter wire, I would start at the opposite end of the coil, but there's plenty here. Give that a quick snip there. And that just shot off. There we are. And again, let's do another 6 wraps. Again, just holding it flat enough there. I will second that as well. Dead node for gaming vapor. Molly cells are good. I use molly cells, and they are actually a good battery. So I can second that. Molly cell is a good battery. So again, first wrap is your most awkwardest wrap. So make sure you get that first wrap nice and tight. And again, ribbon wire, just take your time wrapping it. Don't wrap it too quick. And that's 4 wraps. Five wraps. And 6 wraps. Just there. Nice and tight. And take that end off just there. I know it sounds stupid, but I don't. If I can get a tiny little coil out of this for a borrow, I will use it. And I will quickly get you a nice close-up again of these now that they're wrapped. Just want to make sure that those legs are nice and more or less level. There we are. So guys, Henry, come on Henry, get you there. And there we are, just some normal frame staple Claptons in there. And I do apologise for the jumping of the camera. It's just on one this week. Yeah, definitely. The Molicel, you shouldn't be disappointed with Molicel gaming vapor. Molicel is definitely a good battery. So where's my other jig? I've got another jig just here. Right, let me get you here or about here and we'll get to building. I appreciate that, Snowman. Right, let me get this on there, make sure get this. There we are. Fresh, thanks for joining, my brother. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. And Fresh, you also have a spanner as well. So if you need to do any posts or any links, feel free to do so. I appreciate it, you stopping by. And I know you're probably busy with tomorrow's raffle and everything, so I do appreciate you dropping in, my brother. So I'm just going to undo these post holes. Like that. Make sure there's plenty of room for the coil to go in. So, if I remember correctly, these don't really have, yeah, the posts are not very deep. So, let's get these legs cut. So, I'm going to probably start at a 6mm and go from there. So I'm just using a normal coil cutting tool and get them cut down. So again, just boom, Get that there and get that there. And then I'm just going to test out the legs. It'll probably need shorter, if I remember correctly, which it probably does. Yeah. So I am going to go down to 5. I might even go down to a 4 for this one. And then very carefully get them out. Be careful not to have everything going anywhere. That's probably about right, is what I need. Like I say, the post holes on this are deep. Yeah, that is perfect. 4mm in diameter, work out fine. So I'm just going to lock them in. I'm not going to put down on my, what do we call it? Yes, 6 wraps per thero. So there we are. So yeah, 4mm coil length, leg length, should I say, is perfect. Just gonna hydrate a bit with a bit of drink. Cheers. And a vape. So guys, the ones that are in, do you think my lives are a bit quiet? Do you think I should start maybe playing some bit of background music, just so it's not so quiet, especially when I'm not talking? What do you guys think? So, like, as you can see, I'm not going to straighten out this coil or anything. I'm just going to get them mounted, and then I will manipulate them to where I want them to be. Obviously not normal music, non-copyright music, but that's easy to sort out, non-copyright music. I appreciate that, Nick. So all I'm going to do now that I've got them mounted, I am just going to just lock that down a little bit more, trying to stay in camera view so you can hear me. Hear me? I mean see me. There we are. Boom. Where are we? Where are we? Get them out of the way. Boom. Right, now let's me get these into place. So I want them not too close to the airflow. I just want it nice distance. Obviously, I want it so I can get my cotton into there. I do want to pull it slightly more back, which is what I'll do there. Just a smidgen, like that. Because I've got the airflow sort of comes slightly under and then around like that. And I don't want, the reason why I don't want it too close to the airflow is it can, if I slam them all the way to the airflow, I will get some whistling from this. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Dead Note. I appreciate that. I think for me, as the person that's trying to entertain you, I think to me, I try to fill in gaps by talking and stuff like that. But sometimes I think, are you guys bored? Do you want to listen to stuff in the background? But if you guys are happy the way things are, that is perfect. So I'm just going to quickly check my post holes. Gaming Vapor, I really appreciate that. Like I say, I don't think I've done just a normal frame staple Clapton. And that's nicely locked in. Any guesses of what the resistance might be? I appreciate that, Dead Note. 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is just my builder mod, my beta mod that I used to use a lot back in the day. It's just a drag 2. There, bit of juice on there. Point 1.2. Anyway, so I'm just going to cancel out my mod. Probably right there, Nick. Point none of your business. Is this a new coil? Yes. So as it stands now is, let me make that a little bit clear. So as that stands now, it's a point 009. I'm not going to be dry firing it at 80 watts. No way. I will try at 20. Now, with the ribbon wire, it's always better to start really, really low and not to push too much power in it straight away. Take your time with ribbon wire. With it being so thin, they can weld together pretty quickly. So let me get that all resist and all that. So some ceramic tweezers. Now I do use ceramic tweezers. I don't use the pointy bit if I'm strumming coils that's got an outer wrap. I tend to use these round sides just here, just to give it a little stroke. But yeah, that's as far. So 20 watts, let's introduce some heat to these coils. So like I say, take your time. It's ribbon wire, you want to take your time, introduce. Like that. So Nick, you're saying 0.11. So I'm only pulsing it slightly. Get some colour in there. And as you can see, they're starting to change colour a bit. But like I say, take your time. Take your time. It's ribbon wire. Just take your time. I'm just going to give it a slight strum. Like I say, I don't want to mess up those ribbon wire. Keeping an eye out for hot spots. If you don't know what a hot spot is, it's sort of like where you'll see lightning bolts in your coils where most of the heat is going to, and you just got to work them out. There we are. I'm just going to give them a little bit more of a strum. So I'm going to increase the power just a little bit. I'm going to go up to 25 watts. And then again, just introduce some heat. slightly, giving it a nice pulse. So I don't know if you guys can see, but just there is where I've got a hot spot. So I'm just going to give it a little strum, work that out. Checking on the inside too, that seems all right. So just there is where I've got a hot spot there. So I'm just going to turn it round. So obviously using your jig can also help agitate the coil on the inside. And then try again. I'm getting some nice colours, some golds and some blues there. Give it a little strum. Now, different people will use different methods. I use all. I strum, I pinch, I pull. It just depends on how the coil is reacting. So that's looking good. I am going to give it a little pull, just a slight pull. Got some really nice colours going there. I'm going to get it up to 30 watts. It's looking a little bit better there, like that. Give it a little strum. So that's starting to heat up nicely. Give it a little pinch here and there. Starting to look good. So you want them heating from the inside out, nice and evenly. So yeah, just slowly work it. Slow, like I say, it's ribbon wire, so just be patient. I'm going to go up to 40 watts. Because like I say, ribbon wire is a lot thinner and it can weld together pretty quickly. Give that a little tickle on the inside, just there. That's slowly starting to heat up nicely, which is what I want. Say, take your time. Use your coil jig just to get that going on the inside. That's starting to look a little bit good. I'm going to bring it up to 45 watts. Making sure I work out any hot spots that are there. Just going to give it a little bit of a tug. And again, on the opposite side, I'm just going to give it a little bit of a tug. And that's starting to come together a little bit better. It's looking good. Now I do have a feeling that one of my post holes isn't quite right. So that's down. That other one was slipping a bit, so I'm just going to use this one just to make sure everything's nice and tight. There we are, nice and tight. There we are, that's a little bit better. So you see how they're starting to work out nicely from the middle out. It's looking good. So I'm going to increase the wattage to 50 watts. I want to be able to run it higher and then obviously make sure that there's no hot spots in there. That's looking a lot better now. I have got a little bit of wonk on this one, so I am just going to touch it a bit. And with that one there, that's perfect. So as you can see, I have moved it slightly. There we are, that's starting to look good. I'm going to bring it up to 60. I'm just going to give it a little tap just to make sure. So I do have a slight hot spot in there. Which has now gone. Got a hot spot just there. Give that a little tug. That has gone. So I'm going to bump it up to 70. Give it a little tap. I'm not running a lot of power through it. I'm just making sure that round about where I'm going to be vaping it at, there's not going to be any hot spots. So 80 watts. Just give that a little pulse. As you can see, it's heating from the inside out, nice and evenly. 90 watts, just a little pulse, which is working out good. And then I'm just going to hit it 100 watts, just in case I want to run it higher. There's no hot spots, and that is perfect. So I'm going to let them just cool down for 1 second. So that's not making a connection. I'm going to cancel out my mod, give that a couple of seconds to cool down. Give it a little blow. Excuse me. It's not something you want to hear. Also blowing some vapor on there will soon cool it down as well. I actually really like this raspberry ripple. That is really nice. Yeah, and they're cool now. As you can see, I've got my finger on there. They are cool, they're not hot. So let's check the final resistance of these coils. Is this a new coil? Yes. So it has come out a 0.13 ohms. So 0.13, which is not bad. So they are ready to wick up. So let's get that wicked up. So I'm just going to be using some normal Muji cotton pads. One of my favourite and simple, cheap and cheerful cottons to use. I do like Kendo cotton as well. Bit similar to what Maviton is. Kendo, sorry. Kendo's a bit like Maviton. It does have a bit of a breaking time, but I do like that cotton. So I've already used this. When you get a new piece out, there is a hard top layer and a hard bottom layer, which I have peeled off. So I've just got the fluffy stuff in the middle, just there. Yeah, Muji. So this is not KGD or Kojendo, as some people might know it from back in the day. So all I'm going to do is agitate my cotton and separate and break those fibers up. Like that. So I see a lot of people do these that build coils, and I've started doing that, and it does help. Muji and Puff Cotton. Now that is a cotton I haven't tried yet, and I'm hoping to eventually get some of that to try. A lot of people give good feedback on that one, so it might be a cotton that I do try. So all I'm doing is I'm just thinning it out. So I'm just going to pull that off just there like that. Agitate those fibers, and that will help with the wicking. Nice and thin like that. And then I'm going to roll it up. So when I roll it up, I want to do it from the outside. I want to try and leave the inside or the middle part nice and fluffy. So you're using Puff Wicks at the moment, Gaming Vapor. Like I say, it's a cotton that I do actually want to try. So there we are, just like that, and then I'm going to spin the end like that. And then I'm just going to take that straggly bit off. Boom. Let's get this wicked. Yeah, one of the reasons why I prefer Muji as well, it's cheap and cheerful. It does its job. It wicks good as well, so I can't complain about that. So can I get 2 coils out of this, which I should be able to do. So I should be able to get a couple of coils out of this. Cut it about there. Is that the same size? Yeah, should be good. And then feed that through there like so. So as you can see, it's not in there tight. There's some movement in there. So with that one, I'm just going to flake out a bit. So I'm not really going to thin this cotton out. I just want to agitate it. So I'm just going to get my needle nose pliers. I am going to just thin that one out because that's the bit that I twisted. So I'm just going to agitate those fibers, and that will help with the wicking. I don't have to pack these wicking holes very, very thick or deep. It just has to sit in there with this one. Mr. Intense, I don't even think that shops these days even stock cotton now at all, as I'm constantly told by vape shops, is nobody vapes like that no more, which they are wrong, because a lot of us do vape like that. It's more of the fact that shops don't cater to us no more. They just want to make their quick money with disposables, which I have said to shops before. So as you can see, there's not sticking any out just here. I don't want my cotton sitting there. I just want it above that, so it's just sitting above that O-ring just there. Birdman, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate it. Thanks for joining. Not a problem, my brother. I appreciate you dropping in. Definitely. So again, I'm just going to carefully drop that into there. Or I'm going to try and drop that into there, which I'm not doing a great job at doing. So just pop that in there. Let me just trim that straggly end just there because it's causing issues. And very carefully, I just want to tuck that in there. Like I say, I don't want it hitting the bottom. I just want it in that juice well, just above that crease there where the juice is going to fall and wick up nicely. So it is there, but it's just there. It's just there. I find with this RTA, if I do end up having my cotton too low, it doesn't wick as efficiently. So I just want it just above there, just above. And that should be good just there. And again, Mr. Intense, I got mine on eBay. There's loads of Muji cotton on eBay. And basically that's where I got a big pack of it. I mean, this isn't the pack that I got. This is just that I have out on my desk. I've got a big pack there with 180 pads in there. And I got that off eBay. But yeah, shops do not stock anything rebuildable, or not anywhere round near me, unless you're one of those vapors that obviously vape like this. Shops will stock some. And I know of a few shops that do stock rebuildables and stuff still, because they cater to people that vape like that. Right, juice. What juice am I going to use? So I have been liking this one at the moment. It is a Dark Star juice. It was a Laboratories, but it did make a comeback. It's a white chocolate and raspberry donut. Just a break from my G14 classified juice that I have. So, boom. Let me just quickly check. So I don't want to be breaking in at that. I just want to bring it down a bit. So I'd say about 25 watts just to get everything primed. Well, probably, but I'm Mr. Intense. It probably would last me about 6 months to a year, but I am always building something, or I've got something in rotation. So let's get this dripped. So I want to just prime these coils. So what I tend to do as well is just get all the outside soaked first. Get that going. And as you can see, that's sucked in that juice very quickly. And again on this side, I just get the legs of the cotton all saturated, and then I start dripping on the coils. And then just give it a little tap of the fire button just to draw that juice into those coils. Like that. Get them nice, and the smell of this juice as well, just firing it like that, is intense. Really smell the raspberry coming from that. So they look good. It's nicely juiced up. I'll just hit it again. And yes, I'm using an old style bottle with a pipette. My juices I do prefer in a glass bottle. I don't know why, I just do. So that's nice and ready. So boom, let's get that off. Now what shall I put this on? So I'm just going to very carefully pop that in. Now until you start vaping it, it does look nice and cool. But once you start vaping, that gets a lot more foggy in there. Cloud9. Yes, I've used Cloud9, Birdie. It's a good cotton. It should do, yes, it should do. Oh, right. What am I going to put it on? What shall I vape this on? Oh, let's go mech mod. Let's go mech mod. Right, let me just grab something off my shelf. I'll probably put it on the sidekick. Now, my sidekick isn't Azza. Thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate you. True. So I'm going to put it on the sidekick. Now, this isn't clean. It's still dirty. So, but it will still work. Will it work better if it was nice and clean? Hell yes, it would. I just haven't had time to clean it. And it's not very often as well that I do use an RTA and a mech. And I don't know why I don't do that. Thanks for joining us, my brother. I appreciate that. So, don't forget to go check out Early Birds group. I've just made a screenshot, but I have. So I'm just going to fill this up slightly. I never really fill my tanks up until I know that I've got the wicking right and everything. So I'm just going to put that much in, give it a check. No flooding. So let me get a battery. So 21700 battery in there. Anybody that's got a sidekick knows that this is a right nice mech. the sidekick. At least on the inside, everything's nice and clean. It's just the outside that's got some patina on there. Give it a fire, and we're doing good. We've got vapor there. Still no flooding. Just there. Boom. Right. Let's get you back to FaceTime. Like that. Right, guys. Can you see me? There we are. And we're done. Is Henry working? There we are. Perfect. So I do have it on the sidekick. You know, it's got a bit of a patina on there. Come on, Henry. It's not full with liquid, but I've got no flooding. Let's have a 2. Nice. Now, I've got the airflow all the way open. There is a slight restriction in the airflow. It's not completely airy, like something like a steam crane, or if you've got Emperor RTA, which is very airy. This has got just a slight restriction to it. Single battery mech and RTA wrong. Do you mean that Birdie, do you mean an RTA doesn't belong on a mech? And if that's what you mean, I totally agree. I don't really use RTAs on a mech. I like an RDA on a mech. Oh, I can be as mad as Birdie sometimes. Sometimes I can vape some resistances that make you question. But I do push the limit sometime. So, Birdie, do you mean single battery mech for the resistance, or do you mean just a dual battery mech? Because the resistance on this is 0.13 dual coil. I don't think I could do that. That's more your department, that. So, I've got a bit of this sour left. Let me pair it. I mean, 29 volts, flipping 1,000 thingy. Yeah, they look wrong. I'm with you on that, Birdie. They look wrong. And, yeah. Yeah. It don't look right. I think probably when I started vaping, you didn't put an RTA or anything on a mech. It was strictly RDAs. But I don't have anything big enough mech-wise to put this this RTA on. It has to be a regulated device. Didgeridoo. They do. They look wrong. A stacked hog. Azza, did you make a stacked hog, or do you have the is it you that has the prototype? So anyway, let me pair it with this. That is a nice pairing. That is extra sour and very tart raspberry with that one. Never made production. Mind you, that would have been really something special. That I'm just going to mute my mic because I'm going to blow my nose and nobody wants to hear that. And I'm back. So yeah, I want to run a bit more power through this, so I'm going to take it off this mech. And like Birdie says, for me, it feels wrong using an RTA on a mech. It just does. So I'm going to have to put it on a regulated device. Which one haven't I used yet, or haven't I used in ages? Stop messing around, bloody camera. My camera is behaving really weird this week. But that might be my phone, because I've got software on there that hasn't been released yet. A beta test for Apple. So it might be the software I'm running on this phone. So I've swapped this out. I'm going to put this on a regulated mod. I want to make sure this still works, which it does. So I'm going to use my OG Aegis Legend that I did paint the buttons and the frame pink. Now, the camera doesn't do this justice because it's a lot more of a hot pink than what it's showing on camera. But yeah, I did spray the frame and the buttons on this. I do like pink. So let me put that on there. So yeah, that's what it looks like on there. Is this a new coil? Yes. So 80 watts. Let's try this. I don't know. There's a lot of people that do like pink. I love pink. I've always liked pink. People always used to look at me weird for liking pink or even wearing pink. I mean, if you saw me while I was doing my build, you'd notice that I've got pink socks on as well. So, yeah. So, definitely no flooding on that. And it's wicking nicely. I've got that at 90 watts. I'm going to bump it up a bit more. It can handle a hell of a lot. Also, a dessert juice as well, so you can run some power in there to get extra flavor. So, come on. Now, this looks foggy on the screen, but, oh, there we are. Thank you, Henry. There we are, 100 watts. feels a lot better on a regulated mod. And I don't mean power-wise, it's an RTA. It's wrong. So I'm going to fill this tank up, because I know it's not flooding now. I mean, I don't think I've experienced over 8.4 volts. But it would be interesting to maybe try. But Bird is your guy that you need for something like that. True. I mean, if I had, if I'm honest with you, if I had an unregulated mod that this would fit on, then yeah, or a dual battery one, I would. I mean, I'd even probably put it on this one, this unregulated, but it'll have too much overhang, and that'd send my OCD crazy. I wouldn't be able to do it. So definitely, yeah. So Snowman, you want me to do it up to 120 watts? Is that what you're trying to say? So 100 watts. Yeah. This juice, I think because it's raspberry as well, it brings out that sourness in that sour. And a hell of a lot more raspberry in there. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I have a unregulated series that I do use RTAs on with series coils. You don't want to hear me blow my nose. I'm just going to mute the mic. And I'm back. I mean, to be fair, that could handle a hell of a lot more. So let me go up to 120. Come on, Henry. There we are. 120. That's a lot nicer. I need to get a series deck for the Turnstone and the Emperor. Definitely. It's on my list of things to do, but something always comes in. But I can't put this on a series because it's not a series build. It's way too low for a series. And yeah, no leaking, fully open. I might even close that down just a smidgen, about a quarter of the way. I'm going to shut that down. Yeah, a lot nicer. Definitely, definitely. You mean over 30 millimeters or 30 millimeter mark? Or are you thinking stuff like 35 to 40 millimeter? Excuse me. Because that'd be actually awesome, that'd be awesome. So Are you just using some normal series or a single coil series, Birdie? I think I can even get more power out of that. I'm going to go up to 130. Come on, camera. Come on, Henry. Come on, Henry. There we are. A 40mm. Hell yeah. That'd be good, 40mm. Yeah, that's kicking ass at 130. Yeah, 130. Airflow closed off about a quarter of the way. Hell yes. It's kicking ass. It's wicking good. And even the center bell cap isn't fogging up as much as I thought it would be. You can still see through there. Got bubbles and all that. Yeah, that's extremely tasty. Nice, hot, saturated flavoursome vape, that. Perfect. Very tasty. So, your normal frame staple Clapton, dual coil, 6 wraps, 3mm, 0.13 ohms. It's doing good on that. So guys, I'm just going to have a quick break. I'm going to go get myself another beer. And we're going to do another build. I'm going to wrap this coil. This is one that I did make, which is a 4... Come on, Henry. Which is a 4-core stag. 26 gauge 36. And I'm going to do a single coil build for that. Yeah, you've got to do that as you've got to be bringing that. The best way to be as always to be ahead. I mean, I'm hoping one of those products that you've got, 4 products, is a mech mod. That'd be sick. So anyway, guys, talk amongst yourself. Just gonna have a quick break, and I will be back very shortly. I'm just gonna go grab another drink and everything, and I'll be back pretty soon.
It's more than a game. Call sight, flavor on blast. Living that vape life, building fast. Maximize, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. The beat magnetic if you don't choose straight. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More builds, more chill, more clouds to make. Max or mods, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. Be back in a jiffy, don't shoot straight. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More builds, more chill, more clouds to make. The beat magnetic if you don't choose straight. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More builds, more chill, more clouds to make. Max or mods, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. Be back in a jiffy, don't shoot straight. Rewick, refill, and vape itch if you don't choose straight. Re-wick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. Max or mods, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick we never quit. Be back in a jiffy, don't shoot straight. Re-wick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. They'll be back in a jiffy, don't shoot straight. Re-wick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. Max or mods, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick we never quit. Be back in a jiffy, don't shoot straight. Re-wick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make.
Boom. And we are back, guys. Thanks for waiting. Bit foggy in here. I've had to open the window. Definitely. Yeah, you need to try that Emperor. It is absolutely perfect. My favorite RTA at the moment is the Emperor. So, second drink of the night is a black chocolate stout, Imperial Stout. I think I might have had this one before on one of my lives. It was very tasty, this one. This is a 8.4%. Come on, Henry. 8.4%. Just there. Excuse me. So, boom. Let's crack this open and go for a pour. So yeah, I think I've had this one before, this stout before. I'm sure I have. Brooklyn Brewery, I think I definitely have had this one before. Definitely can smell that espresso in there. Definitely. So I will pair it with this. Might go well. Raspberry, chocolate, donut. Yeah, definitely. Gonna have a sip first. Cheers, guys. Appreciate you all. Thanks for joining tonight's live. Oh, that is gorgeous. I do like coffee, and you can definitely taste that espresso in there with some dark chocolate notes on the aftertaste. Let's do a pairing. That is gorgeous. Brings out those chocolatey notes more than the espresso with this. I'm really liking that. Really liking that. I do like my stouts. Need to blow my nose again, guys, so I'm going to mute my mic because nobody wants to hear me blow my nose. And we're back, guys. So, second build that I'm going to do tonight is not even a build, it's an install of this one that I did actually build myself. But I did build it a good Come on, Henry. Which I did build a couple of weeks back. Stop jumping, you stupid camera. So 4-core stag. So I am going to be popping this in an RDA. Not an RDA, an RTA. Can't even get my words out now. So let me get that out there, about there. Swivel you around. There we are. So a few people wanted me to revisit this RTA and put a single coil in there. And that is the Troll X. So I do actually like this RTA. It's a really nice RTA. Great flavour. Can't complain on the flavour. Is it better than some other RTAs and stuff? No, but still get some decent flavour out of this. So Troll X, it's got the bubble glass on there. You've got a slidey thing just there with a membrane. I do have that honeycomb insert in there. Nice. So it's just a matter of figuring out what size coil to do this. So I will, shall we do a 4mm or a 5mm for this one? What do you think, guys? 4mm, 5mm? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. So what we're thinking, guys, in this one, 4mm. So Snowman says 4mm. So I'm going to go with a 4mm coil. He was the first one to answer. Where's my binoculars? Or my magnifiers? So 4mm. So I'm going to grab my 4mm jig out of this. There we are. Coiling jig all ready. Pethero, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate you coming in. Good night. Not a problem, my brother. See you soon, my brother. Thanks for coming. So, where are we? So, I've got everything all leveled in just there. Birdie, are you saying 6mm? Is that what you're saying? So it's saying 6mm. Now, I don't have a 6mm rod. So seeing as that you said 6mm and Snowman said 4mm, I'll meet you both guys in the middle and do a 5mm. Because I don't believe I have a 6mm. Oh, hang on a minute. No, I don't have a 6mm rod. So I'll use this because I know that is 5mm on this side. So here we are. So the second one's an install, not an actual build. So this is nice and intricate. Let me see if I can get you guys in a little bit closer. There we are. Yeah. This one's a really nice coil. There we are. So let's get this wrapped, or see if I can get it wrapped around here with no issues. So let's get this wrapped on there. First wrap's always awkward. So I'm gonna start with a 4 wrap, and this is extremely springy as well. So it might actually come out to about a 3mm maybe. So yeah, 4 wraps will do just nicely. So I am just going to very carefully pull this first wrap a bit, just to make it that slight bit neater. Boy, my throat is really playing up at the moment. So yeah, so it is 5mm, but there is a lot of play in that because it's springy. So it might be around about 6mm, I'd say. Let's see if I can pull that a bit tighter. Perfect. Right, leg length. So leg length, I will start at 6mm to begin with. So 6mm, I'm going to chop that and chop that. There we are. Check out the height. I can probably go a millimeter lower than that, so that's what I'll do. So I'll go down to 5mm, take a little bit more off there. There we are. And boom. So that's perfect, more or less slammed down to the deck, but I can pull that up a bit and manipulate it a bit. I'm hoping that there's not going to be any touching on the chimney, but we will soon find out. So I'm just going to slightly pull this up, not too much. Like that. And just gonna have sort of like a quick measure just here. I might just get away with that size. So yeah, there's plenty of room in there actually. Yeah, plenty of room in there. So there is plenty of room in there. So I will just pull it up just slightly. Gonna make sure all my, both of the post screws are nice and tight, which they are. A good distance away from the deck as well. As you can see, there is room under there. I will just pull up just slightly, give that a little bit of extra clearance on there. That should work nicely. So it is very, very springy. I'm just going to double check, make sure there's plenty of room in there still. Yeah, plenty of room in there. That should work just nicely. So let me just zero out the mod, check atomizer. Boom. Is this a new coil? Yes. So with this one we're at a 0.11, and again I'm not going to pre-fire it at that. I'm gonna start about 25 watts on there. Excuse me. Cheers guys. Hope you've got something to drink, whether it's alcoholic or not. You can go back in there. Right, let's introduce some heat to this. Get Henry to focus a little bit. Come on. Come on, Henry. Focus. There we are. So, same again, like last time. Going to introduce heat very, very slowly. Get these glowing nicely. So, giving it a few taps of the button, or the fire button. I'm also glad that this did fit in the post holes as well, because I didn't check. So I do have a slight little hot spot just on this side. Just going to pull that leg a bit. Make sure that post is nice and tight. And same with that one. I'm just going to double check to make sure it's nice and tight. Right. Because it is glowing on one side, so it can indicate that maybe the connection isn't perfect. So yes, there is a little bit of a thingy there on that leg just here. But same, still take your time. Work out those hot spots whenever you need it. Grab your rod, give it a little poke. So we do have some golds and some blues in there. It's starting to look nice. Introducing some more heat to there. Take your time. Get that heat in there slowly. And again, I do have a bit of a hot spot just there. So I'm just going to pull that away from there a bit. Have another look. That's looking a lot better. I do have a hot spot just there on the inside. I'm going to give that a little tickle just there. Like I say, introduce it very, very slowly. Get all those hot spots out. Do have a few on the inside, so I'm just going to poke that. That's a lot better. Excuse me, guys. Get that glowing. Give that a little bit of a strum. So as you can see, just there I am getting a slight hot spot there. So just take your time, work those hot spots out the best you can. And there we are, that's starting to look a lot nicer now. So I'm going to increase the wattage to 30 watts. Give that a strum. Give that a nice strum. Take your time. Take your time. It's the best way you can deal with it. You don't want those cores or anything welding together because of a hot spot or hitting it too quick with loads of power. Let's give that a little bit of a tug just there. It's a lot better. Pump up the wattage to 40 watts. There we are. Starting to look good. There is some hot spots in there. There we are. Starting to work that out. Still got a hot spot just there. Let's get that going. Slowly but surely. There we are. Starting to look good. Increase the wattage. It's about 50. And there is a slight hot spot just there. Give it a little tug, and there was a hot spot just there, which has disappeared. And there is a, well, there was a hot spot just there. Now it's gone. It's looking good. Let's bump it up to about 60 watts. There we are. That's a lot better. There we are. It's looking good. Yeah, that's a lot better. Hotspot free. Bump up to 80. No hotspots. 90. No hotspots. 100. No hotspots. Now I will go up to about 120 just to make sure. And yep, that is looking nice and good. Just giving it a little tap every now and then. Perfect. So what I'm going to do is, I got that on too tight. Just being careful I don't touch the coil. There we are. So I'm going to just pop that out there. Check atomizer. Give that a couple of seconds just to cool down. Blow some vapor on it will help. That's nice. Yeah, that's cool now. Let's see what the final resistance is on this puppy. So there we are. So it's a 0.17 ohms. That'll work. Let's get this wicked up. So again, I'm going to be using Muji cotton pads. So roughly just over 4 millimeters. I mean, roughly over 5 millimeters. Sorry, should I say? Because that is 5 millimeters, and there's a Slight bit of play in there, so it could be about 5.5 to maybe 6 millimeters in there. So again, I'm just going to agitate those fibers in the cotton and pull them out. So we'll need a lot more than I think I'll need just to fill that coil. That looks good. Pull that out, and then I'm just going to pull that off. So there we are. Camera's not doing this justice because it does look quite thin, but I just want to agitate those fibers just like that and roll. So like I said before, I want to keep it to the outside and keep the middle nice and fluffy duffy like that, and bend the end like that. Let's feed this through. Hopefully I have got the right size for the diameter of this coil, which feels good. So there is a little bit of resistance in there, not too much. Perfect. Like that. So it still does move a bit. So there is a bit of restriction in there. So I am just going to pull that a little bit more, just like that, because I want to cut this end bit off, just like that. Get rid of that end bit that I twisted. So looking at these juice wells, I will need to thin this out just slightly. So just slightly. Bit of under tickle there. Mag Vapes. Bit of under tickle. And then same thing I'm going to do just here is that, and a bit of under tickle, just like that. So I'd say about to the end of the deck should be good. And I'm just going to carefully tuck that in, and that is perfect, I think. There we are. So that is just coming through there just slightly, just there, which is what I want. I don't want it hitting the bottom of the deck, just want it poking through just slightly. Same thing on this side. I will cut more or less to the end of the deck like that. Trying to stay in camera so you can actually see what I'm doing, guys, sorry. And again, just gonna carefully fold that in just like that. And same with this one, I just want it hitting the bottom just like that, not coming through too much, just there. Up a bit, make it fluffy. And obviously when you put juice in, it's going to expand as well. So let's put something refreshing in here. Actually, I'm not going to put that in, to be fair. I'm not going to put that one in. What shall I put in, which I think will be nice in here? So I'm going to use a bit of this juice here. This is another Kingston one, dessert, lemon, drizzle and pecan. This isn't actually my juice, this is actually my wife's juice. But I'm sure she won't mind me using a bit. Slightly higher milligram than I would have, but not too high. So I'm just gonna get the cotton on the side saturated to begin with. Like that, that should be good. And then I don't want to be priming this on 90 watts, so I'm going to bring it down to about 30 watts. Let's get some on there, bit of a pulse, get some more juice on there, bit more of a pulse, draw that liquid in there, perfect. And increase the power now. That smells absolutely gorgeous. You can smell that what are we? That lemon drizzle and definitely some pecans in there. You can definitely smell the pecans in there. There we are. And we have vapors. There we are. Nice. And that smells absolutely gorgeous. So I'm not going to fill the tank up just yet. I'm just going to have a quick vape on it just to see if I can handle the nicotine strength. I don't want to fill the tank up and then be coughing my guts out. Yeah, not too bad. That has got a bit more of a kick than I'm used to, but yeah. That is a delicious juice, that. Very delicious. So, yeah, I can handle that juice, no problem. So, let's get this poked into those fanny flaps there and get it all juiced up. So again, I'm not going to fill the tank up completely. I want to make sure that obviously I'm not going to get any leaking. Hence why I never fill up my tanks after a build. It's just easier than dumping the juice. And I don't like that sort of membrane fanny flap sort of fucking thing there, because then you get your juice everywhere. Yep, no flooding. Yeah, delicious. Right, I know what I want to put this on. If you've been following me on social media, you might know what I'm going to show you now, and I'll talk a bit more about it as well, seeing as how this mod does have an issue. But is still workable, still operational. The only difference is I do not know what the wattage will be that I'm going to vape it at. So let me just do a little bit of tidying up here, guys. So the ones that are still in, is there an RDA, an RTA, a mod from back in the day that you miss or that you own, that you still use today. Share your experience, because obviously I'm a retro vape channel, so most of my stuff that I have is old school. I do have some modern stuff, but most of my stuff is from like what are we on now, 2026, so a good 12-13 years onwards sort of thing, or that sort of era just there. Boom. So boom. Right, let me just grab this. Where are we? And we're here. So this is a Squid Industries double barrel. It's a V2.1, and I got this right cheap for one reason, and it has a screen issue. So it either shows a screen or has no screen. It has a very dim screen, or it doesn't have no screen at all. But for the money, and it's in mint condition, no scratches on it whatsoever. Well, there might be a scratch, or there might be just something just there with it being used. It is used on there, and it does have a bit of thingy just there for putting it down on. But yeah, Squid Industries double barrel, a mod that I've been after for a while. No particular version, just a Squid Industries double barrel. So let me get some batteries in this, freshly charged. Batteries in there. So like I say, double barrel, fire button, and you adjust your wattage on like that. So I can still adjust the wattage on this. It's just that not all the time that works, but I might be able to fix it if I take it apart and see what needs doing. Battery door just there that slides on, tells you your orientation of your battery, or the way your batteries should be. So positive side this way, negative side that way. And then just slide that on there. Push that down and over. So that's locked in there now. Now I don't believe that is powered on. This should fit on just nicely with no gap. It is a 24mm device, so 24mm RTA will look really good on there. So it's not on. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So as you can see, there is no screen working there. Now every now and then you do get to see it, which you can't seem to see now. Let me turn the lights off a little bit more, see if that helps. So not that one, that one. So it is going to go a bit dark in here, guys. So as you can see, there's no screen here at the moment. Now it does fluctuate. Sometimes it shows, sometimes it doesn't show. I can't tell what wattage that I am vaping it at, but like I say, it does work. When you do click this wheel, it does go down in 1 watt increments. So it's just a matter of finding my sweet spot. But like I say, I might be able to fix that. There might be a loose connection in there that I can fix and stuff like that. But at this current time, no. But there's definitely connection there, and it definitely does work. And really, I can't complain to say that I paid 30 quid for this posted. So there wasn't anything extra on the postage. It was 30 quid. So a steal for what it is, basically. So there we are. So, like I say, I don't know what wattages we're at. Turn it down a bit more. There we are. So like I say, it does work, and I think I can fix it. So let me put it, I'm going to turn it up. That seems a bit better. Excuse me. So about there should be right. The juice is all right. Not getting any flooding. Airflow fully open. So we'll increase it just a bit. So you do like have a 12 star, 12 star, 12 star going all the way around, as well as the 510 at the top. That could handle a little bit more wattage. So like I say, I'm hoping that I can get this screen working and everything. I think it can handle a little bit more wattage. That's the only thing, because the screen's not working, I don't know what wattage that I'm at. I'd say that was about right. So let's get back up top. I think this one will go really well with the dark chocolate stout. Don't you dare break on me. So let's get you into FaceTime so you can see me. That's perfect. So yeah, guys. So Troll-X single coil as requested from Gaming Vapor. I don't know if you're still here or still in the chat. Squid can't talk. Squid Industries double barrel 2.1. There we are. Let's have a toot on it. So like I say, a bit more of a kick on the juice because my missus vapes just a touch higher than what I vape. I'm going to mute my mic, guys, because I need to have a right good blow. So yeah, that juice is very tasty. You can definitely taste the pecans in that juice. Kicking ass. And that that coil, very, very flavoursome, that coil. Right, let's pair it with one of these. So dark chocolate espresso with a bit of cake and pecan lemon drizzle. Let's have a toot. Yeah, it's bringing out lemon, a lot more lemon. Tone down the pecans a bit, but it is got that, still got that cakey taste to it. Let's try again. Definitely. I don't think it goes too well with that stout, but definitely brings out some flavor notes in the stout, and also the juice. It's more lemony, with a slight sort of pecan taste to it. I need to blow my nose again, guys. So, guys, I appreciate all of you that are still here. So, today's build was frame staple Clapton in the glass V2 on the OG Aegis Legend that I painted or sprayed. Pink accents, black and pink. Who doesn't like black and pink? And that is kicking ass at 130 watts. Come on, Henry. There we are. Tasty. And that is a really nice cakey flavoured stout. So, guys. So, to the guys that we still got in, I hope you enjoyed the content so far. Thanks to all my new subscribers as well. I hope you enjoyed the content. I really do. These coils that I make on my live will be available soon. To start off with, like I say, I will be doing aliens, so keep an eye out on my social media, because I will post every stage of it when I get my labels, when I get my containers, and then I'll be banging out my first batch of aliens. What I'll do is, not in here, as soon as I've got stuff in a row where I've got stuff, I will start posting out my Telegram link for you to join, and then we'll get your orders in. I know a lot of people have been asking about my coils, wanting to try my coils, so that is what I'm going to do. If it was just a matter of a couple of people asking me for my coils, probably I wouldn't commit to something like this. But yeah, a lot of people, not just people that watch me, or even people that contact me on social media. Yeah. And then also being a coil sponsor for Savage Saturday Show, new team that I'm with. Don't forget to tune in on Saturday. I will be joining that. And don't forget tomorrow's community raffle. I will be in the chat tomorrow doing that. I have a bundle that I'm giving away as well to go towards the raffle and everything. Like I say, make sure you're there. Get your raffle tickets done and in before tomorrow midday. After midday, you won't be able to buy raffle tickets for the live stream. What else? I don't think I'm missing anything else. So all I'm saying to you is keep an eye on my social media. I will be posting everywhere. I will be posting on the Fresh Hub, Savage's Facebook group as well. I will post. There'll be a little bit more probably information by Saturday if stuff has arrived within that time. So make sure you tune in to Savage's Saturday show on Saturday, hence Saturday show on Saturday. And yeah, we'll go from there, guys. trying to think now if I'm forgetting anything. I don't know if I'm forgetting anything. Thank you, Mr. Intense. Thank you, Snowman. Yeah, I don't think I'm forgetting anything. If you can think of anything that'll make these live streams any better than what they currently are, don't forget to comment down below, or if you're on the replay, comment down below. Yeah, my head is just a shed with everything at the moment, so I hope I haven't missed anything. Give a big shout out to Mr. Intense for keeping the chat live with all the links. Thank you, mate. All the ones that have joined, obviously Snowman, Simon, Mr. Savage himself, Fresh, and everybody that has obviously helped. Everybody in the Savage team that has just shown a lot of love, and everybody in the community that's shown amazing love from since I posted that I was doing Coils as well. I've been mentioned on other people's live streams, so I appreciate that. Love to all the new subscribers as well. I hope you enjoy the content, and I hope you stick with it as well, and I hope you like it. What else? I'm trying to make sure that I don't forget anything, and I hope I haven't. So what I'll do is I'll leave it there, guys. Been running for about nearly 4.5 hours now. Hopefully with a bit more stuff, I will be running a bit longer, because next couple of months I'm going to be stocking up on stuff like nicotine VG, PG, and one-shots and flavor concentrates. So I might start doing that as well in my live streams, start mixing up some juice and stuff like that, try and get ahead of October's tax that's coming in as well, and Coils and stuff. And a big thank you to everybody, all the Savage team as well, for all your love and support. It's been absolutely amazing. Fresh as well, Doug, your help as well, Jaff as well. You've mentioned me on your live streams as well about my coils and stuff. Just plenty of love. Don't forget, check out all these links that have been in the comments as well. Go to these groups, go to these channels, subscribe, like, follow, and everything. It's all about love, guys. You know what I mean? There's plenty of people out there doing stuff, doing their own shit, and striving. We're all one big community, one big happy family, and we look after each other. And that's how it goes. That's how the vape community is. And yeah, I think that's it, guys. I hope I haven't forgotten anything. Like I say, big shout out to everybody. Dion, thanks, man. Thanks for everybody that's joined. Thanks to everybody that's going to watch the replay and everything. I really do appreciate it. Hopefully I'll see you next Tuesday on the next live stream. Don't forget to join Saturday's Savage Show. I will be on that. And tomorrow's community raffle for Brett and his son. I'll be in the chats. A couple of good YouTubers are going to be there as well. Sam the Vaping Bogan. Nick Grim Green is going to be there as well. So make sure you tune into that as well, guys. Thanks everybody for the support. I love you all. It means a lot to me. I'm normally a lone wolf, but all the love that I've been getting now just shows how good this community is. And I'll stop waffling on now, because I am. And I'm a bit tipsy, because these are really, really high percentages of beer. And I don't want to waffle on and keep repeating myself. So thanks everybody that has joined today. I do have a couple of clickery do's before I end, so I'll leave it there, guys. I won't waffle on anymore, and I will see you tomorrow in the chat on Fresh. I'll see you on Saturday on Savage Live Show, and I will see you next week on the next live stream. So remember, guys, vape safe and look after each other. It means a lot. Love and respect, as always. Big love to everybody, and I will catch you guys on the next one.